can't start anything in this life without you. And we're grateful for opportunity here, and grateful for all the leaders that are present here and all those who have a voice here. And Lord, thank you so much for just faith and family and culture in this area. And we're grateful for this state. We're grateful for this community and all that it's doing. And Lord, we pray that all decisions are made in according to you and what you want. In Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Logan, very much. If you would now please join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you will, please be seated. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Fuller.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Shear.
Here.
Vice Mayor Similescu.
Here.
Mayor Tucker.
Here. I do not have, or do I have, a list of citizen comments? Okay, no one signed up for a comment, so we'll, thank goodness, we have a long agenda tonight, and just for everyone who's here and watching, we're going to get through the majority of these items, and there are some executive session items. We're going to take a break in between those items and cover the Airport Authority and the Utilities Authority business at that point, and then roll into the city executive session. Just so to give you a little heads up, because there is quite a bit to cover tonight. So item number one, consent items. I believe there are 9 consent items. Do we have any comments or any questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve consent items.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve all the consent items. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Shear.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Similescu.
Aye.
Mayor Tucker.
Aye. Item number 2, we don't have. Item number 3 on the agenda is the finance report, April 23 and May 23 sales tax, and we'll have Ann Chin come and present that.
General fund, capital improvement, and the DCUA. This is our kind of like major fund, and then we summary to the one easy to read, and then by the department, and then anyone have the question? And then I also attached the sales tax. This is for the sales tax for the May, and you've got the breakdown, and then 10 years of the average that each month, and then comparison, and then I'm not sure if you have this one. This is a.
It's in the packet. I don't have the page number. Does anyone have the page number handy so that we can? I think those documents are in the packet, aren't they, Ann?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you need? I think I make a copy of it, isn't it?
No. Here we are. Out of the 275 pages, for those who are doing this digitally, it's page number 38. It's where we start with the general fund, the April general fund report.
The April general fund report. Okay. The top portion is our revenue account, all our revenue, and then year to date, our revenue is $20,087,648. That's including our sales tax, use tax, and all kind of the taxes, and plus the service we provide. The income, and then also including the transfer. We transfer money from the DCUA, which means Utility Authority, to cover our expense. And the bottom part is each department, their expenditure for the year to date to the April 30th. So.
And if I could add to your comments, and thank you, but At the end of April, we're 83.33% through the fiscal year. Our revenue at the end of April was 87.7% of budget, so that's a positive variance, okay? Then if you go down to total expenditures, again, 83% of the year, we're at 68.55% of budget. Again, also a positive variance. So positive revenue variance, positive expenditure variance. All right,
Yes.
thank you, Ann.
And
Any others you want to cover? You're
Yeah.
good. On the sales tax collection, and I just scanned this, and again, to point out for those that are look at the page before that one, please, Cindy. If you're looking at this list of collection, I'm sorry, TJ. If you can read those numbers, and I apologize, they're difficult to read, but the amount that we received last month, I believe, is the highest amount on this entire page of collections. It was $446,000 for the month of May. This is not April, this is May on the sales tax collection. So that's very positive.
yeah,
So,
the May normally it will little bit higher because after people pay their income tax and they will spend more. That
Right.
is the kind of that pattern, yeah.
so it's
and-
not a great deal higher, but it's several $1,000s higher than our highest. So we could say we set a record for sales tax, right? Anything else, Ann, that you want to?
And we are really fortunate that our sales tax should steadily increase, but that's also affect the increase because of the inflation. So that's, we have to remember that.
Right, right.
Okay. Anything else?
Any questions for Ann? No? Ann, thank you very much. Our next report will come from Joe Clark, a special police report, and there were some, I think, over on the table. I've got one here. I don't know where I put it. Here we go. The floor is yours. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, council, or good evening, council. And I was asked to prepare a report in reference to the homeless problem that we're experiencing here in Durant. Throughout this report, I've kind of outlined the problems that I'm seeing. And these reports are being reported to me from the field, from the guys that are on the street, seeing this problem firsthand. This is also coming in from the citizens that are calling in. They're frustrated. They're all frustrated with the problems that the homeless issue is causing. A lot of times, what it boils down to is we are moving the homeless people from one area of Durant to another. Incarceration is not a viable tool for us with the homeless population because it absolutely does no good. We will book them into the jail since it's such a low level crime. They're being booked right back out. Then they're going right back to what they were doing before. And when we take them to the jail to book them in and then book them out, the city's charged for a day's confinement with those people. So I'm at a loss as well. It's not a Durant. We're not isolated in this problem. This is something that's going on throughout the country. I think that Durant is in a unique position because of the location. I think with marijuana being as easy to access here, I think we're seeing an influx of people that are coming from, say, like Texas. This is kind of the first big stop, if you will, coming up from Texas. And we're seeing a lot of substance abuse with the homeless population, a lot of mental health issues with the mental health population, and we cannot force them into getting mental health treatment unless they are in an immediate danger to themselves or to others. So, that kind of puts us in a position to where, it's not against the law to be homeless. However, there are many laws being broken. Every time that we get a call for service to deal with a homeless person, we deal with it the best that we can. I know that we've included code enforcement, and this kind of goes both ways. Code enforcement gets called to an area. We work hand in hand with them, trying to combat the trash, the sanitary issues that come with some of these encampments that we're seeing. We are working hand in hand with ODOT, with the railroad. We need to get a little bit more communication with the railroad. And again, I think it would help to, in my mind right now, I'm thinking of the encampment by Long John Silver, in that area behind there. There's a fairly large encampment there between there and Arkansas. So there's a lot of trees and underbrush in that area. I think if you were to clear that out, and ODOT and the railroad company agreed to let us enforce a no trespass order on them, that would remove them from that area. However, what we're going to see is that group of people move to another area of Durant and set up camp. It was brought to me that it's almost like a checkerboard, to where you're going to move them from one area to another, and you just keep moving people around. I wish I had a solution to present to you guys to fix this problem once and for all, but I don't, and I think that there's things that we can do. I'm not saying throw your hands up and say I quit. I'm saying that we need to get people together. There's people in the mental health field that really need to be involved with our homeless people. I'd say, if you've driven around Durant and have just watched some of the homeless people, you can tell they're mentally, they're needing some help, something that the police can't do for them. Most of them, I would say, if I were guessing, that most of them have a substance abuse problem. They're addicted to something, whether it be alcohol, drugs, whatever. There's problems that we're dealing with there. So I think we get some major players with each of those areas of expertise. Like I say, we can, if the decision is to incarcerate on all the offenses that we're observing, we can absolutely do that. It will come at a large cost, and I don't think that we are fixing the problem. I think that it's just something that we can step back and say, well, we're doing something, but we have done that, and we have not seen anything that's gotten better since we've been doing that. So I don't think that that's a viable action to sit there and give them a handful of tickets. They're not going to pay their tickets. I think whenever you incarcerate them, we may be doing them a favor by incarcerating. They're going to get fed. They're going to have a roof over their head. They're going to be out of the elements. But that comes at a pretty large cost to the city. the cost of incarcerating people is rising. Each year we're experiencing a raise in that cost. This year, again, they're raising the cost. It's costing us a little bit less than $50 a day to house. And a lot of times we'll go in there, book the person in, since it's such a low level crime. They go through the motions of booking them in, and then they book them out. And so it's like a 15-20 minute process. We have taken action. However, they walk out the back door and they're still homeless, and they're going to find some place to go camp out that night. So I'm open to any questions that the council may have, and any advice. I mean, if there's a direction that maybe we haven't thought of, I'm open to that, because it's definitely a lot of frustration within the community, and there's a lot of frustration within the department. And, I would love to be a part of that solution.
I just want to say we appreciate the diligence of the police force and what they're doing for the property owners and the residents here, because when they do have a concern or a complaint and they reach out to us, I know that someone's responding to that, and we appreciate that. And I know when you're a young person and you think, I want to be a policeman when I grow up, or a police officer, that isn't the work that you thought you were going to be doing. Yes. Right, that whole time.
Yes.
But it's part of our environment. Durant's not the only ones, but I appreciate you, and I appreciate the entire staff. Thank you for the work that you are doing. Any questions or comments for?
We also are responsible for their medical care if we incarcerate them, right?
In some instances, we could be. And that's another thing that we're seeing a lot of now, is we're bringing not only just homeless, but just inmates in general, or people that we've arrested in general, to the jail. And if they have just like a little open sore or a cut or something very minor, that a Band-Aid would be sufficed. If they're telling us that they need to go get a fit for confinement check at the hospital. And so I think ultimately, and a lot of times these people that we're booking in, they verbally say, I don't want medical treatment. I don't want it. So in turn, we are making them go get medical treatment against their will. And so I think it could be argued on who's responsible for that person's medical care. If I'm expressing to you that I don't need medical care, and it doesn't appear that way, maybe I have a little scratch on my head or whatever, that like I don't want that, and you're making those people go get that medical care, then I wouldn't want to be responsible for my medical issue if I didn't want that medical treatment. There's going to be some cases where it's for the best interest of their health to get the medical checkup and everything, but those cases we don't have a problem taking them. It's just, but we are seeing that for sure is medical clearance. They're getting really, really strict on that.
I'll say this, if you did have a surefire solution to it, you can make a fortune.
Amen. Yes, sir.
Amen. Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I got a question. How many on average do you think we have homeless population?
That's a good question. I would say it would be my guess, and just talking to different officers and them seeing what they see on a day-to-day basis, I'm going to say that number is anywhere from, I would say, around at least 50 plus. And of course, we see new people come in all the time. So it's like, some of the people that we see are very regular. Some we're seeing new faces, and I think that I feel like we have a caring community. The citizens here, they're compassionate about people. They don't want to see the homeless in the state that they're in. They see that they're in need, and they're very eager to help. And it's my personal opinion. I think that's well known within that sector of people, is that Durant's a caring, giving community, and I think that kind of brings people here as well. That's just a personal opinion of mine.
You think most are from out of town, or are there some local from in town as well?
We have quite a few that are local, but I'd say it's probably about a 50-50 mix.
Anyone else? We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it. Thank you
Council.
for the report. Good report.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 4 under administration. We'll move on to item A, which is to consider approval of ordinance O 2023-10, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Durant, Section 32.047, Cemetery Board, and declaring an emergency.
Okay, can I speak from here,
It-
or do you want?
No,
me-
yeah, you're fine. You're good.
Okay, ordinarily.
Can
I
everyone
would
hear
go down-
Cindy?
They probably can't see me, but.
Mike
hello.
says yes in the back. Okay.
Okay. This is something that's been under consideration for quite a while by the cemetery board. I have been the administrator of the cemetery for almost 9 years. From time to time, we have had some projects out there, and right now, we're just kind of maintaining, and we're doing, the cemetery has had consistent contractors out there that are on their second and third contracts as well, so we're pretty established, and the board has discussed, and the board president would like to reduce the number of meetings to twice a year. Now, this could change if there was say I came up with a project, or there was a concern that would prompt a special called meeting, we could always do that. Other than that, we would meet twice yearly. So, and then I always have all of the statistics regarding the cemetery that's available for council and the community to read each month. Now I guess it's published on the website, so.
Comments or questions for Cindy? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to approve ordinance O-2023-10, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Durant, Oklahoma, Section 32.047, Cemetery Board, and declaring an emergency.
Section 1.
Section 1.
I'll second that.
Have a motion, we have a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item B is to
Mr.
consider.
Mayor, we need to move section 2, the emergency clause. That takes a separate vote.
Okay.
Motion to approve emergency clause.
What is the emergency clause?
Uh,
The emergency clause allows, us to put the ordinance into effect right away,
Immediately.
rather than having to publish
It's just not in the
it
deck.
in the newspaper.
It's just not in the deck.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion, we have a second on the declaration of an emergency, and now the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Okay, now, item number B, and I apologize because I don't have the person's name. Do we now, Tamara? Tamara Barton is going to present, there we are. Thank you for being here. Consider acceptance of the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 annual financial statements and auditors' reports including the single audit. And I understand, Tamara, that you were asked to present on behalf of someone else, and so
Yes.
we appreciate you jumping in and taking hold. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Chris Heim, the audit partner in charge, wasn't able to make it tonight, but he sent me. So I'd like to thank the council for engaging us to be auditors, and also to the city, Ann Chen and her team. They were very helpful, very prompt when we asked for documents. It made our process a lot smoother, so we do appreciate that. I don't want to take a lot of time because I know you guys have a long agenda. So I just want to go over the 3 reports that we issue with the auditor, the financial statements. So the first one is on page 5. If you guys have a copy of the, okay. And it will be titled Independent Auditor's Report. Okay, and the main thing I'll be going over is in the opinion section, just the first 2 paragraphs. So the first paragraph says what we have audited. So we have audited the accompanying financial statements of the governmental activities, the business type activities. Then it goes on to say component units, each major fund, basically the financial statements as a whole. The second paragraph is our opinion on the financial statements. So I will read that. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects their respective financial position. And again, it goes over each of the sections. So what this means, present fairly, is a clean opinion. This is the best opinion we can give of the financial statements, and it simply means that the financial statement numbers can be relied upon, that we've audited all sections and we are comfortable with the numbers. We believe that everything is fairly represented in that. The report's longer if you guys want to read that on your own time, but on page 87, and I apologize, it's very long. The pages between 5 and 87 are the financial statements themselves that we audited. But on page 87, there's another report that we issue. And while you're getting there, I'll explain what it is. So this report is a report on internal controls. So what this report says, we do not give an opinion on internal controls. However, as we're auditing, we see how the controls are working, the processes that are put in place. So we do bring up any issues that we found. So the third paragraph of the report on internal control over financial reporting section, we did have one finding, which I will go over after I go over the third report. It was a deficiency in internal controls, but it was not anything we considered to be a material weakness, meaning that it will not affect any of the numbers on the financial statements, but we are required to report it. So that paragraph right below, report on compliance and other matters in relation to the financial statements, there were no instances that we saw of non-compliance. Okay. And then the third report is on page 89. So this is what we call our single audit. So this is our report of compliance for the major federal award programs. And what a single audit is when the city receives grants and funds over $750,000 and they expend that much on programs, we have to do an audit to make sure that the city has followed all the requirements, has stayed in compliance. So in the second paragraph, again, this is our opinion paragraph. It says, in our opinions, the city of Durant, Oklahoma complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements referred to above that could have a direct and material effect on each of its major federal programs. So there were no compliance issues that we found when auditing these grants. Okay. And then last on page 94 is our audit finding. And this was the second report on the the controls. Okay, so it's probably harder to read, but under the criteria or the condition, it just said when we were doing payroll testing, we found that the city was overpaying some employees, and this was between April and August of 22. So what happened was they had to do manual entry for a time period due to a payroll system upgrade, and one of the payroll clerks was using the override function. So a few employees, not all of them, were paid more. However, when we made our inquiries, we found out that HR, they already knew about this. They had already corrected. They sent me the paychecks where they showed the corrections of the hours and the pay. And so they were already aware of that, which was great. And so on management's response at the very bottom, this is what they did. They turned off the overriding function so that wouldn't happen again. They assigned another person to check the calculation, and then I don't know if they've already completed or they were completing, but they're setting up an executive time function so they won't have to manually key it in. So we are required to report this finding, but again, it does not have a material effect on the financial statements, and it was caught and corrected, which we like to see. That means the internal controls at some point were kicking in and someone's like, oh, something's wrong. So, but that is all I have. For you guys, that's our 3 major reports. So are there any questions that anyone has?
Tamara, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So consider a motion to accept the financial statement that Tamara's presented.
I'll make a motion that we accept the
Second.
auditor's statement.
Have a motion. Have a
Second.
second. Clerk
Sorry.
will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item number C, discuss and consider action of change order 7 for Shirella Construction, and this item was brought by Councilman Miller.
I had a citizen reach out to us, and his name was Mark Misty Miller, and he had a plan to see if we would approve some sidewalks and improve the intersection at the current location that we're being worked on in University. And you can look in the packet and see the plans and stuff that he has.
You don't happen to know that page number, do you? 146.
And I was hoping he could be here tonight, but he's actually in Spain right now, so.
Okay, I have, and we may have to impose on the Brandon Wall of Wall Engineering, because I have change order 7, unless it's been amended from a prior meeting, and it doesn't resemble that image there. And Brandon, has change order 7 been amended?
The previous change order 7 was a proposal to remove the sidewalk through the extents of that area, that 400 feet east of Radio Road, and there was no action taken by City Council on that. So
Okay.
at the point where the next item was brought in, this is actually the addition of about $125,000 worth of sidewalk and drainage east of Radio Road. So it is number 7 again, but it just went from -30 to positive 128.
Okay. So, okay. Gotcha.
Do we know what kind of time we're looking at to do this? Like, will it add delays to the process?
It will. It will add approximately 30 days to the project to make this change.
What did you say the cost? Did you estimate?
It's 128, 25, 28, somewhere right in there. I don't have the change order in front of me, but somewhere right in there, around 125,000.
Is that money we have in the budget for this?
We do have, you do have money in the overall project budget that's to go toward, we still have Main Street remaining, so you do have money in the overall project budget. But yes, we would have money in the budget. It would come out of the Main Street budget, but we would have money in the budget technically.
Would this require additional engineering to finalize these plans?
It would require, in the estimate that you have in front of you, there's not been any additional engineering on this. This was simply us sitting down with the contractor and running an estimate on the quantities. So if this is something that the council wanted to move forward with, we would suggest probably a cost not to exceed of this amount until we get the final quantities hammered out with the contractor, if this is something that the council wishes to pursue. I don't think it's, there could be as much as a 20% reduction once we get the actual quantities ironed out. We didn't want to come in with a number that was lower than what, and have to come back for more. So I would say that's a cost not to exceed. We would probably expect it to be somewhere closer to 100,000 once we actually hammered out the numbers.
Brandon, when you said 30 days added to the project, is that kind of the overall project? I mean, the sidewalks obviously outside of the critical path or the roadway there. I mean, would that extend the time that it would take to get traffic moving, or just sort of on the side?
It would be on the side. I don't think it's going to impact traffic actually opening to that area. There would be some additional outage. There's not much work being done there right now, so there would be some additional closure and outage as that work is performed. Again, we haven't actually got into the critical path schedule. They said 30. Typically, I don't think it might end up being less than that, but 30 was kind of their kind of initial.
What's the timeline to finish the project now? When do you think we'll be complete?
They're on schedule, so it's still the stated completion date. I don't recall what the latest completion date was, but they are on schedule.
Does anybody know that?
I can't remember what it was. It was late August or
I don't have the change order in front of me. It's on the change order.
I think what's on all of our minds is we all like the thought of a little more green space, but we're all obviously very concerned about the timeline and the money involved in this process, and it's definitely a reason to kind of stop and really take this into consideration, because we don't want to hold up that road any longer than we have to at this point in time.
I don't think it's good planning to come in now and change it. This should have been done during the planning aspect of it. It shouldn't be done now, right before when we're going to be done in September, a project that's already, past time.
There was extensive discussion about this area back during construction when this originally started, between the property owner and at that time the public works director at that time, Marty Cook, and there was a lot of back and forth between them about this area. And we went through 3 revisions of this area based on the property owner comments to get to where we are now.
Like for future projects, I'm not opposed to more green, but I feel like that should be during the planning phase, not now when we're hopefully in striking distance of being done with this. Not to mention the extra cost.
Brandon, this road is designed to be to 50-year standards, correct?
That's correct.
We expect this road and these improvements to be in place for the next 50 years?
That's correct.
Unless we have to make it bigger at some point?
Yeah, widen it possibly.
Yeah, I think another 30 days added to it is we've been into it. It's been long. I like Mr. Miller's design, and I think it's something we should really consider for our citizens today and our future citizens. I have a report from the Durant Police Department, and in the last 10 years, there have been 54 pedestrians hit by cars in Durant, and there have been 8 fatalities. And I think anything we can do to make it not just safer, but nicer, prettier, we should think about doing. Because in the past, a lot of times we've not done that. We've taken the more economical approach. And I'd like to see us step up and up our game a little bit on this.
Brandon, would all of these improvements, as proposed, be in the existing current right-of-way? We wouldn't have to purchase new right-of-way, is that right?
Well, you could possibly have to purchase new right-of-way because when ODOT, the improvements would be in the existing right-of-way, but like when ODOT comes through an area, if they restrict access that's been granted, like for instance, taking the long driveway down to a shorter driveway, that is a take. So if this were ODOT, they would have to purchase that right-of-way for the narrow drives from each property owner. If you go from a 100-foot drive to a 30-foot drive, you purchase 70 feet of property, even though it is still in public right-of-way. So it is possible that there could be an acquisition there required.
Is this something we can table until we figure that out?
I mean, conceivably, since this is out of the roadway, I mean, is this something that can be done at any time during the project? Or, I mean, is it something that has to be done now?
It's something that's in addition to what's being done now, but it is going to impact the downstream drainage. We will have to modify the drainage, and that's in the cost. The drainage is going to have to be modified. So before we get very far downstream, we need to know one way or the other kind of what we're doing.
I mean, I don't see a big issue with any take. I mean, you'd still have to, I mean, for that to be a big issue with the city, you'd have to prove an overall devaluation of the property to make it a big monetary issue. I mean, conceivably there is a take when you're restricting access, but when you get down right to it, I suspect ODOT standards also have entrances more in compliance with this proposed change order than they do 100-foot wide entrances to property. Is that accurate?
Well, certainly on new drives, that's correct. They kind of take it on a case-by-case basis. I worked in ODOT's right-of-way division, and it's kind of on a case-by-case basis when you're going through modifying existing drives. And we kind of talked at length in the project planning about the width of that drive, and there was talk of discussions of doing something similar to this proposal, but we were called off of that. So in favor of leaving it how it is currently. Probably mostly based on the property owner's request to the city.
Any other comments or questions? Do I have a motion on this item?
I make the motion that we approve change order 7 for Sorelli Construction.
Okay. Have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
No.
Mayor Tucker,
No. Item number D, discussion, consideration, and possible action to declare certain real property owned by the city of Durant and located at 301 North 16th Street as surplus and to sell this property for amount equal to or greater than the appraised value. And Lisa, I believe, has this item.
So back in April, we had the property formerly known as the Senior Citizen Center appraised, and the appraisal came back at $331,000 value the way it stands. The property has not been occupied for more than a year at this time. We don't have any plans for the property. There's been some interest in it. If we do hold on to the property and decide to use it for anything, it will take a significant amount of money to conduct renovations on the property. So we are proposing that the property be considered as surplus property and put on the market. And staff internally has been discussing, we have really a great need for an animal shelter. We've been trying to figure out how to pay for it for some time now, and this would be, a good opportunity to come up with a little money to spend for that.
Questions, comments?
Can we specify that the money goes to animal shelter or?
You can. I mean, that's certainly something within the purview of this council. You could either do it now, or you could wait till it sells and decide what to do with that money at that time. Either one of those. I mean, it's on the. I don't think I would do it now, given the agenda item, because it didn't say that in the agenda item. That certainly could be something that the council designates upon the sale, that the money be set aside for a particular purpose.
I will tell you, we did have that on the agenda, and we pulled that last little part off. We didn't want the whole decision to be based on that. So.
Right.
Any other comments, questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we declare the property surplus, put it up for sale.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk will call the roll.
I'm sorry that you did the second.
I did.
Councilwoman Fuller,
Thank you.
just a second.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item number E, consider discussion and possible approval of the service contract with Genesis Mass Notification System. And Richard's going to present. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Madam City Manager. I come to you tonight asking that, bringing this proposal to you to change companies for our mass notification systems that the city uses to send out notifications to the public. Internally, we can also, if we choose this new system, can do some things that IT is wanting to do to incorporate festivals, downtown events that we can do. I have included in the packet the Genesis 5-year contract. It is a 5-year contract. It's broke down into 5 one-year price points, and there is a clause in there that if the city does want to get rid of the system, they can for cause if they're wishing to no longer fund this item. I've reached out to 5 companies for demonstrations. I had 4 that actually came back with demos and with proposals. After consulting TJ with IT, set in on some of the demonstrations, and after talking with Rick Rumsey, we decided that Genesis was the best fit for the city and for our citizens. It offers more than the company we are currently using, which is also at a higher price. This is the lowest price, but it, in my mind, in my opinion, that this is the best option for the city. I also have it in a 1-year contract also, but it does raise the price up to $4,891.
Have you spoken to other towns that are using this system?
Yes, Bryan County currently uses this system. This will be their 2nd year for it, starting in July. Love County is switching to it from HyperReach, I believe. I reached out to Little Elm, Texas. They love the product, been using it for several years. And I've also reached out to Laredo, Texas, who really enjoy the project and like the services that they receive from it. I know there's a couple other in southeastern Oklahoma, some emergency management jurisdictions that are switching over to it also from some of these other products that I demoed.
Now, how does this work in simple terms?
For the contract or the mass notification?
The service.
The service, it is something that we can, like I send out if we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado warning. Currently, I have to physically go in, draw up whatever I want to say, select the items of the different talk paths I want it to send out to, social media, email, telephone, text, and send it out. With this new system, if our area is in a polygon, it will automatically send out weather notifications, so it takes the human out of it. If I have a server error or internet problems, whatever, it automatically does it. It also has our iPause capability, so we can send our own iPause out through it also. We can do, for the fire department, they can use it for callbacks. They can do a poll that sends to off-duty officers that respond 1 if you're available, 2 for no, and then when you get enough callbacks that respond favorably, then it will end and send them a message saying no more needed at this time. We can use, like I said, internally, different kind of, basically a messaging system for internal employees, different groups. It's very, very flexible. And it's unlimited also. Some of these had a certain just emergency messages only. If you wanted unlimited for festivals, anything else that wasn't an emergency, it was a higher price point, or you just had a set number, and if you went over that amount of messages, it's a very high price point per message after that. And again, this was the cheapest option of the 4 that I demoed.
Any questions or comments for Richard? I'm in favor of the multi-year contract, by the way. I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion that we're about to make. It's not written that way, but that makes more sense to me. Richard, and thank you for doing that research and presenting that report. I'll make a motion that we approve the service contract with Genesis Mass Notification System.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller.
Aye.
Councilmember Miller. Councilmember Shear.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu.
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item number F.
Thank you.
U.S. Department of Transportation, Safe Streets and Roads for All, grant program funding request. And this is Becca. Hello, Becca.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On? Yes, there it is. We have an opportunity to apply through the Federal Department of Transportation for funding to create and develop a citywide safety plan. And this would be a first phase of this pot of money, per se. And you cannot apply for infrastructure until you have an approved plan. So we would work with a consultant utilizing the grant funding, and they would work with the city through some community engagement and staff to develop this plan. It would be to address all of our deficiencies within the community, all the types of roadway deficiency, from the sidewalks that we've been talking about to lighting, crosswalks, better roadways, and what's causing some of these deficiencies, as well as working with the police department to create some local safety initiatives, which they already do with the seatbelt campaigns and that kind of thing. There's a cost estimate in your packet, and the total project estimate that we received from an engineering firm is $255,150. Our match would be 20% of that, which would be $51,030, and Ann has already identified those funds for this project. Any questions?
Comments or questions for Rebecca? Do we have a motion? Thank you very much.
Make a motion to approve 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program.
Could you, sorry, could you please include in your motion to develop a citywide safety plan? That
To
would be
develop
good.
a
Yes.
citywide safety plan.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Aye.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item G, now, discussion, consideration, and possible action. We gotta do each one of those? Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, number 2, discussion and consider and possible action to consider approval resolution for a commitment of this $51,030 that Becca just explained to us as a project match in support of this grant application that we just approved of, to develop a citywide Safe Streets and Roads for All plan. Do you have any extra comments, Becca, in addition to that?
I would like to say that we met with Choctaw Nation yesterday,
Yes.
the Streets and Roads Division.
And we have their
And
support.
actually, they provided a support form for us.
Awesome.
It's, at the time of the application, we will actually have a written support letter. It's not a financial commitment.
No.
It's just supporting the project.
Technical support.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Which is good as well.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution R 2023-12 as a commitment for the required 20% project match in support of the grant application to develop a citywide Safe Streets and Roads plan for all.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item number 3 then, authorization for the mayor or vice mayor to sign all related application documents for the 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant submission.
And that helps us to prevent from coming back to council. If we can have that authorization, please.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the mayor, vice mayor to sign all related application documents for the 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant submission.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Becca. Appreciate it. Now, item number G. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to award a bid to J&L Paving in the amount of $1,257,485.13 as a best bid to overlay 4.5 streets of Durant. Thank you, Philip.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
This is the bid that I've went out before and we were over budget on. So we reduced the amount of streets by about 1.5 miles. The staff recommends J&L Paving. I know it's not the lowest bid. J&L has done a lot of work in town. About 5 years ago, we did a bunch of overlay and milling and overlay when they did Arkansas Street and stuff. That was the company that did that. They built Commercial Lane out there and Peppernut. They do excellent work. They've worked out at our multi-sports complex also on the parking lots and stuff. Any questions?
What streets are you paving?
I have a list, and I have streets on, I think it's on here. I have streets, a few streets on the north side of Main Street, and then I have some streets on the south side of Main Street and the east side of Durant. I tried to stay away from the northwest part of town while University was going on, because we have enough traffic issues out there as it is. But these streets all came off of our I just went totally blank. came off of,
The report, the infrastructure report?
yeah, iWorks is where it came from, thank you. And these streets were deemed to need mill and overlay. They had different categories. A lot of them are total reconstruction, but these streets are the ones that have to be milled and overlaid. So, Rodeo Road is one that, in that part of town, is getting in pretty bad shape. It needs to be milled and overlaid. So.
Questions or comments for Philip?
Philip, do you know the estimated time frame of this?
In the contract that I have on there, it gives them 90 days from start to finish. You're always going to have weather days in that. We always know that. We'll have to come back for rain delays or anything of that nature. So, or if they happen to mill one of our streets and our water lines shooting water everywhere, we'll have to fix that before they can lay it. So there'll be some delays, but the contract is 90 days from start to finish, with a $1,200 a day fine if they do not complete in 90 days. So that was a standard contract that we used on Peppernut.
Did they complete Peppernut on time?
Yes.
Okay.
They got the road open and done. There's still a little bit of dirt work that they have been doing because it's been raining. But it was just a few things that the people out there asked them to come back and do. So, and they actually went beyond the scope of that job, where the tin horn goes across. It wasn't called for cement headers in there, and they came back and noticed that it was going to wash there, so they put in, at no additional cost to the city, they put in cement headers. So they do little things for our city that, that helps us out.
More questions, comments? We need a motion to award the contract.
I'd like to make a motion to award bid to J&L Paving in the amount of $1,257,000 for $257,485.13 as best bid to overlay 4.5 miles of streets.
Have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller, Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Now, item number 2, under item G, consider approval of a contract between the City of Durant and J&L Paving for the same dollar amount to do this overlay work. So in the packet, that starts on page 230. Philip, do you have any comments on the contract?
I kind of explained, we have 90 days, the $1,200 fine if it's not completed in 90 days. It's a contract that Tom has looked at, approved it. I mean,
We've used a form of this contract before, like you said, on Peppernut, same company. The contract is not particularly complex. It does incorporate the bid documents for the specs for the road and things like that.
When do you anticipate them beginning, assuming they get a signed contract?
I hope within 45 days. It just depends on how long it'll take them to mount up and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll make the motion that we approve this contract between the City of Durant and J&L Paving in the amount of $1,257,485.13 for the overlay of 4.5 miles of streets.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller, Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Now we're on to item H, I believe. Discussion, consideration, and action, possible action for approval to start construction on a drainage structure at Mockingbird and John Junction Streets.
Yes, sir. Derek Brewer, who is a developer, came to me and the city, and he wants to install a drainage. And it's kind of unique. The road is in the county, but where they want to put the drainage is inside city limits. They're asking, they've got a set of plans that were drawn up by engineers which I've shown you. They were engineers supposed to be here to answer any questions, but he called at the last minute and couldn't make it. So here I am. So I've sent the plans to Brandon. Brandon looked at them. The engineer did tell me that it will handle a 100-year event, the drainage would. There is drainage out there already underground, but it's real small pipes. It won't handle the amount of water that's coming off of across the road now. So they're going to put a detention pond and bring that water into a detention pond and then slowly let it out where it goes on farther to the south through the city drainage. They're paying for all the drainage to be installed and doing the work. So,
Mr. Mayor, I might say that the reason this comes up at this time, there's ultimately a desire, my understanding is a desire for the developer and the builder to have the city ultimately adopt this drainage structure that's being constructed. We're a little hesitant to start on it without at least some city oversight and approval. But I would expect that at some point in the future, once it's constructed and done to the specifications approved by the city, that there will be a request for the city to then adopt this structure.
For the maintenance.
For maintenance of the structure.
Maintenance purposes.
So, I guess for Philip, for you, or for Brandon, who represents the city, does this plan meet current ordinance in Durant?
I believe it does. It does.
Okay. Any questions for Philip?
It's all going to be underground drainage, so.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the start of the construction on the drainage structures on Mockingbird and John Junction.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Item number I, consider approval of a resolution amending certain fees on the fee schedule and directing the posting of that.
You asked that this be brought back to
Yes.
council for discussion and consideration. This was brought before former council back in April. We've pushed it out to the public. We've publicized a lot the need for increasing our fees on various things on the fee schedule. So that fee schedule is attached to the documents, and we have some requests from various departments. I don't know if you want to go through those or if you just want to ask questions and we'll answer those. This document's been around for many months, so I don't know where you want me to start.
Start with the water.
With the water. So you have before you a spreadsheet that our finance director, Ann Chin, put together with her staff that shows comparison of our rates compared to communities in Oklahoma of similar size. And at the bottom of that spreadsheet, it also shows a comparison of rates in communities around Durant. You'll notice that Durant is significantly lower than any other community in what we charge.
On that table, does it show what the increase would indicate?
Does it show what?
What the increase in the water bill would indicate as a total? We got total monthly bill there on the side. What would the change then be to?
For residential, we're proposing to increase, it's so small, I can't read it, I'm sorry.
Is that the 47 and 45?
$6?
It is by $6.10, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if your bill was $41.35, then your bill would become $47.45.
Correct.
And that's the water proposal.
Yes.
Okay?
And in comparison, Calera on here shows to be $103.70. Kingston, $80.39. Ardmore, $57.82, and Denison, $79. So we would still be lower than any other community around us. And that's total on water, sewer, trash, by the way.
Any other comments or questions? And did you have anything that just needed to be pointed out and was critical?
Okay, the rate that I propose is based on the back to the one that we reduced. I think it's about $4 for the prior rate, and then back to the original rate, and the increase about 3%. So actually, if you say that the old rate is about $45.50 something, and the increase to the 47 is not $6.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's what I want to point out.
Thank you.
Is this just a one-time, or is it more, is it like once this year and then we're gonna increase more subsequent years?
You mean how much it will increase?
Like, we're gonna increase it this time, right? Right here, and next year, is there another increase built into this for the
No.
next couple of years? Because we had talked about that previously.
We had talked about this is just this.
Just for this,
And
okay.
nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other fees that would be impactful to most people that need to be highlighted in the proposed fee schedule? Water, obviously, for everyone.
There are some proposed changes for things such as sewer taps. I believe there were some changes in animal control. The changes are highlighted, or the proposed changes are highlighted in red.
Yeah, like pet adoption,
Currently,
things like that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
currently boarding fee, for example, is $7 per day. We're proposing $10 for regular size, and 40 pounds and up would be $25 per day. Currently, there's no, the pet adoption fee, it says no charge. They're proposing $50 to include the neuter or spay. We can get a discount by taking care of the spaying and neutering ahead of time and just charging that as an adoption fee. The way it's currently done is you come in and adopt the animal, and you have it spayed or neutered. And
I have a question back to the water. Have we run any numbers? I know we've talked about cost increases. Have we run any numbers as far as how much it costs us to treat the water? And are we covering those costs at an appropriate rate?
Yes, Anthony and myself, Anthony Smallwood, who was our water plant superintendent, we did run some numbers. Our increases, and this was without the depreciation and stuff included, is about $1.77.
What about wastewater? Is there any increase in that?
There is increases in that, but I don't have those. Any chemical that we use has increased.
Right.
So, and we use some at wastewater.
I think everybody can understand there's increases in everything right now with inflation, and so I think everybody understands an increase. We just want to make sure that we're covering our costs and doing our due diligence on the math side of that.
We had mentioned previously with the Rural Water 5 contract, I know it's not really kind of linked to this, but it's kind of not. Have we had any update on that? Because that was one of the things we had talked about previous council meeting, or they had talked about previous council meeting, because we weren't sure we're getting a good rate. So is that something that we've progressed on at all?
I'll make it very brief because it's not on the agenda, so.
Oh.
But we've not necessarily made any headway. We've proposed contract terms to them. Haven't gotten a response or a counter proposal or anything like that. So at this point, the ball is in their court. So they've got a proposed contract with proposed cost approved by staff. But I haven't heard anything back.
More questions, comments on the fees? Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to amend certain fees on the fee schedule direct posting R-2023-08.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Now on to number 5, public hearings. Item number A1 is a public hearing on proposed FY 2023 to 2024 budget, which is resolution R 2023-04.
So we've been talking budget for a couple of months now. We've had our budget workshops, 2 of them. The budget has been published for public review. We've received no questions internally, and this is the opportunity for the public to have one final opportunity to ask questions before council considers approval of the budget for next year.
Any questions, comments? It does balance, by the way, before you ask. Going once, twice. All right, thank you very much. Hearing no comments or questions, we'll move on to item number 2, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the resolution R 2023-04 to adopt the budget for fiscal year FY 2023 and 2024. Any discussion from the council? Hearing none, we'll consider a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution R-2023-04, adopting the budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. Now that is the last regular session item. At this point, we're going to give Cindy just a minute to work her magic on the computer. And I'm going to call whichever one she pulls up first.
We'll need a recess out of the regular meeting first.
Recess?
Yep.
Do I hear a motion to recess the regular meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Or recess.
No.
Recess.
We're not adjourning. Motion to recess.
Second.
And a
Motion
second.
to recess.
And the clerk will call the roll. I don't know if you, Dr. Mike. Yes.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu.
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. So whenever you get the airport or the utilities? Utilities. Okay. I will call to order a meeting of the Durant City Utilities Authority, and the clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller,
Here.
Trustee Miller,
Here.
Trustee Shear,
Here.
Vice Chairman Simulescu,
Here.
Chairman Tucker.
Here. Order of business, first order is consent items. Consent items consist of approval of regular minutes from the May meeting, May 9th, and consider approval of a special called meeting, the minutes of May 17th, 2023. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent items?
Motion to approve consent items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Shear?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Simulescu?
Yes.
Chairman Tucker?
Yes. There is no item 2, so item number 3, and we'll call on Philip again. This is discussion, consideration, and possible action on allowing the residents at 155 Colton with a K Drive to connect to city sewer service.
Yes, sir. If y'all recall, last council meeting, we had 3 residents that approached. This is another residence that lives on Colton Road. They would like to tie into the 8-inch sewer line that's behind their houses that was actually intended for them to tie onto in the past. No, I haven't found a valve that we can put on them to shut it down. The only thing, if they don't pay their sewer bill, probably the only thing we could do is dig them up and disconnect them. But, so, any questions? The line has plenty of capacity because, like I said, it was actually laid in that neighborhood for those houses, and they just never tied onto them.
Any other questions for Philip?
So for next time, I'll just, if we come up with this again, if we can maybe get an idea of how many people are actually derelict from paying their bills. I'm just curious. 'Cause that was a big question last time and nobody knew, so.
Yeah, I didn't check into it. Stephanie? She just left.
Oh,
She could have
something for
told
next
us,
time.
but,
It's not a big deal.
yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll make a motion that we allow this resident at 155 Colton Drive to connect to the city sewer service. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Shear?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Simulescu?
Yes.
Chairman Tucker?
Yes. Sorry.
Jumping ahead.
Any new business for the Utilities Authority?
Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Hearing none, I make a motion that we adjourn the Durant City Utilities Authority meeting for June 13th.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Shear?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Simulescu?
Yes.
Chairman Tucker?
Yes. Who is it? Oh. We'll give Cindy just a moment here. We are about to go into the Durant Airport Authority as soon as the televisions
I don't know what's wrong with the television,
comply with us.
but I'm ready to go.
Okay. I will call to order a meeting of the Durant Airport Authority. The clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller?
Here.
Trustee Miller?
Here.
Trustee Shear?
Here.
Vice Chairman Simulescu?
Here.
Chairman Tucker?
Here. In the consent item agenda, there are 3 items. Approval of the minutes of a regular meeting May the 9th. Approval of minutes of a special meeting May the 17th. And consideration of the approval of a temporary ground lease between OG&E and the Durant Airport Authority. That's in the packet, by the way. I know it's in the consent agenda. It's an $18,000 ground lease on the southwest corner, roughly speaking, of the airport property. Those are in the consent agenda items. Do I hear a motion to remove any of those from the consent agenda? Or do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Motion to approve consent items.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Mike.
Dr.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Shear?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Simulescu?
Yes.
Chairman Tucker?
Yes. is, there's no new business listed. I'll make a motion that we adjourn the Durant Airport Authority meeting June 13th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Trustee Fuller,
Yes.
Trustee Miller, Trustee Shear,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Simulescu,
Yes.
Chairman Tucker.
Yes. At this time, I would entertain a motion to enter back into, we go straight to executive?
It doesn't take a motion, you just reconvene. We're not really in
Okay,
the
great.
meeting to get a motion, so you just reconvene.
The Durant City Council meeting, and I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session. Yes.
A motion to enter into executive session.
Have a motion.
Second.
Second, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller, Councilmember Shear,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. We are now moving into executive session, and I will encourage whomever wants to stay, but it could be a bit before we're done tonight. But thank you all for being here, those of you that decide not to stay. You ready, Cindy? This time I make a motion that we resume the general session, city council.
Second.
It doesn't take a motion, you can just reconvene.
I'll just make that announcement then.
All right.
We're back in general session.
There you go.
We're on the agenda under executive session for confidential information. We're on agenda item 6, subparagraph B. The item says consider action pursuant to agenda item 6A, 1 through 8, and on those items there will be no action. Next is agenda item D, consider action pursuant to item 6C, and on agenda item D there will be no action. Next is agenda item F, consider action pursuant to item 6E, and on that item tonight there will be no action. Finally, on agenda item H, consider action pursuant to item 6G. I now make the motion to terminate the city manager effective 30 June of this year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
No.
Councilmember Shear,
No.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes. This time there's no new business. I'll consider a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second for adjournment. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Fuller,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller, Councilmember Shear,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Simulescu,
Yes.
Mayor Tucker.
Yes, we stand adjourned.